Hello everyone, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. I'm aware that it's been a long time since I've done this. Last time I did this I had some internet issues, and I've also, to be honest, I've also just had a bit of creative burnout. I wanted this video done like last week. Hell, not even last week, like 2 weeks ago. But I've been unable to really get it done due to a lack of motivation. But also recently I've fallen a bit sick. You know, we're towards the end of flu season and all, so I have been dealing with a bit of stomach flu as of late. Although I'm in better shape this time around. But I'm trying to get back into the flow of working on this because I wanted this video done a long time ago. And all that. You know. And let's see. No, yeah, I wanted this, let's see. I've worked on the script a lot, you know, since then. You know, I'm not quite done with the enemy segment yet, but as you can tell, there is a lot here. I'm still writing, you know, some things up. I need to do some more voiceover work. But I wanted to kind of showcase something real quick. I think you guys would appreciate. So I'm currently just like trying to figure out the howler process in the video, like when I eventually, you know, when I eventually get to it. You know, I'm trying to figure out, you know, how's that gonna look, you know. And I had a damn near perfect idea. I had basically a perfect idea. So Waltz himself has given me a pretty thorough rundown of how the howler functions, right? And you know, I'm not gonna really deliver the same thorough rundown that they gave me, you know, for like, you know, for the howler in the video. I think I would rather that be determined and that be conveyed by the creator of the mod pack himself. In that case, so yeah, with that in mind. But I had a really funny idea on how I want to segue that part of the video. I had a really funny idea how I want to segue that part of the video. So I'm sure. You know, like, I'm sure some of y'all here, you know, have played Lethal Company or watched Lethal Company content in general. I know that I have played Lethal Company on here, like on my stream before and all that stuff. So, but either way. I'm sure some of y'all have watched a Lethal Company content creator called Alter Ego, who has done, you know, a plethora of AI breakdowns of Lethal Company mobs, entities, monsters, whatever have you. And you know, I hope some of y'all watch this stuff. Either way, I want to see if I could show this to y'all somehow. I might. Let's see, I want to see if I can. Will this make it up here? Will this make the audio up here? Here we go. The Howler, hazard level S+, it is invincible, it will insta-kill you, it can only spawn one time per chapter, and will spawn exclusively on nighttime maps. That's my segue. That's my segue for the Howler segment. If you ever watch Alter Ego's content, that's how he starts every video, and I just thought it'd be really funny to kind of parody it, you know, when making a breakdown of the Howler section of the video whenever I eventually get to that part. I'm not quite there yet, but I had this idea flowing in my head, and I was like, I need to get this part down immediately, you know, in the meantime, you know, while the creative juices are still flowing and all. So, but yeah, so today's stream is going to be, you know, rather different. So yeah, as you guys can see, you know, there's no Goat Boy on the screen. There probably won't be this stream. The idea is that the idea is to kind of just do a bit of work on, you know, for this stream in general. The idea is to do some work on this stream. Let's see. And part of that will be, you know, playing through a bit of Redux today. Just for the sake of capturing footage when I eventually download this VOD on the Twitch side, once this is all said and done, you know? But I want to at least finish the enemy portion of the script, you know? But I hope everyone's doing well. You know, I don't know why the YouTube chat on the live stream manager on YouTube itself is bugging, but thankfully I can see it. I can see the YouTube chat through another extension, so I can still see what you guys are saying. I hope. Oh, whoops. I'm trying to figure out how much of this I even want to include in the video. That's the thing about the script writing process. A lot of time will be spent on, you know, like figuring out, like just plotting down what you want to put in, and then figuring out what you actually need to put in. But I'm right now just putting the opinionated part on just how the Howler functions. Retro, I hope you're doing well. Just trying to get some, you know, work done is all. Hope all is well. So the thing is that I'm trying to convey is I'm putting another section in. I'm writing a whole section in regards to the Howler right here, you know, from here all the way to here. The reason why it's so loud. The reason why the Howler is getting such a long, in-depth section is because he's the most it's the most unique addition to Left 4 Dead in general as an enemy. I really like it, you know. I really like it, and yeah, but And, there isn't really a lot of breakdowns about him out there, but I also have a lot to say about the Howler. I had a lot to say about the Howler back in Yoru's mod pack, and I will say, and I put it here in the script, and even Nazca said it in his video, and I held the same opinion too. The Howler was a very ambitious concept, and in my opinion, on a technical level, was a very good enemy, or at least on a technical level was a good. On a technical level, the Howler was awesome. I did not know that Left 4 Dead could even have or support an enemy like that, but then again, I shouldn't be too surprised because fans have made an enemy a barely visible but threatening enemy design with the hidden source back into the late 2000s or something like that, like mid to late 2000s. But nevertheless, while technically he was like while on a technical level the Howler is great, and even on a conceptual level I think is cool. As I put it in multiple streams, and even in my last video, and as Nazca's put it in his Nightmare review video, the Howler was just the absolute worst thing about Yoru's Nightmare pack. It was not thoroughly planned out at all. Sometimes I can't believe that a person thought any of that was okay. The Howler single-handedly ruined the whole pack for me, not just because just because of how poorly designed it was. It failed to check every design over what makes Left 4 Dead enemies so well thought out. Like Left 4 Dead, in my opinion, has very well-designed enemies for the most part. Some of them do have like some shortcomings. Well, some of them have shortcomings when talking about how the AI handles them. But, in versus mode, I think generally they're all rather well-designed and well-intended. The Howler, on the other hand, just fucks up every box that makes the Left 4 Dead infected just so compelling, That was the problem with Yoru's Howler, Static. That was the problem with Yoru's Howler, is that it literally just came down to dumb luck. Because I have way too much footage of streams where the moment I leave a safe house, you hear that fucking honking. And it would always be in a place that was cramped, where he was blocking the only way forward, and there was no way to maneuver around him. It was basically GG. However, when it came to certain maps that were more wide open, he was actually kind of fun. He was actually kind of fun to maneuver around and all that. But there was so many issues with how Yoru just did not like. I just don't think Yoru gave the Howler much thought in general. I genuinely do not think that they gave the Howler like genuine thought of how it should have been like just balanced. And just because you can play around it doesn't mean that it's balanced. There's a lot of bullshit in games that you can play around that aren't balanced. And the Howler is an example of one of those. Just because something has... I'm going to pause that for a minute. But just because something inherently has counterplay... Yeah. Just because something inherently has counterplay, or just because something, can be negated, doesn't mean that it's intuitive, doesn't mean that it's fun, doesn't mean that it's balanced. Like, for example, I could think of so many meta strategies in certain games that can be negated through with other forms of strategic play, but aren't fun, and that a lot of people just don't find very fun. Like Dead by Daylight was riddled with shit like that. Oh my god, Dead by Daylight was riddled with so much shit on, like, exactly. That was actually one of the things that was showcased to me. I'll never forget it because I won't lie. I feel like, call me a little crazy, but like, look. Oh wait, I'm on the other channel right now. I'm on my mentor Monika channel. But there's Luna, little cameo by Luna. But Yoru has always been cool with me with my personal interactions with them, but they always struck me as somebody who could be pretty petty. You know what I mean? They always felt like somebody that could be like pretty petty, all things considered. And or just like would definitely do something to kind of inherently prove a point. Pulse still fan? No. I know they're not still up. Waltz, I know they're not still up. I know they're not still up. Because I have to go back in one of my live streams to find it. That's how, like, that's the only, because I remember I reacted to that shit live on stream. It might be a minute before, like, I find it. But I was talking, that is a late night stream with Yates that I thought it was on here. This was a fun day though. I think that's like a video of the arcade I used to go to. But I just remember I was saying, like, I remember I was having a lot of trouble with Dead Air. And generally speaking, I was mostly having problems with one specific chapter of Dead Air, and that was namely Chapter 2. Chapter 2 was by far the worst offender of them all, just because... Chapter 2 was by far the worst offender of them all, just because of the fact that... So what word I'm looking for? Just because the Howler would constantly spawn in the little apartment segment. Okay. Just because the Howler would constantly spawn in the little apartment segment in the beginning of Dead Air Chapter 2. Man, I'm gonna have to fucking... I'm gonna be real with you. I might be looking for this for a minute. But... because this was a long time ago. And I remember it was towards the end of a stream. I remember it was towards the end of this stream, and I'm like, what of it? Oh, that's when I played Left 4 Dead on NES. Does anyone know about... Oh, okay, I can't show that. Does anyone remember Left 4 Dead on NES, though? What was I? Oh yeah, we were raiding Friend Slop, and yeah, talking about gang beasts and shit. It's pretty great. Yeah, I can't find it right now. Well, yeah, I'm a young old head, Waltz. So right here. I vividly remember this just because I remember this is like I called it the Return to Nightmare, kinda. just because I was basically doing a Nightmare. I was just basically running vanilla, but just Nightmare aesthetic stuff. Which, by the way, that's something that... By the way, that's like something I definitely... it's some... Yeah, that's something I definitely recommend doing. Anyway, really trying to find this. I'm like, I might be a minute. Like, I might be a minute. It couldn't have been long after. I'm really trying to find this. I will dig hole, diggy hole. Oh, wait, is this it? Yeah, I think their page is still up, all things considered, but these videos are gone. So, I remember Yoru went through... I'm really trying to find it. Is it... Did I... But this is the one thing I do remember about this in particular was, well, first off, they did a dead air solo run and did not get one fucking howler spawn. And they even, like, acknowledged it in... Like, you know, you see Yoru typing in the chat here, not a single howler. They did not get one fucking howler the whole dead air run, which was crazy. Because when I was playing it, I was just getting unlucky draws every time. I was getting rather unlucky draws where it was just spawning. But I'm trying to find the way that they showed how to deal with the howler. It was pretty crazy. Is it even in this fucking video? I think this is when I was doing it. I don't know. And it just wasn't. There's also a chance I might have talked about this again, too. Because this is when this video had just dropped. I might have to go back so fucking far. I might have to go back just a bit further ahead. Because I know I talked about this more than once. I just remember the way that they showed how to deal with the howler in chapter 2, and it was fucking insane. In that it was just cheese. It was literally just cheese. Because if you remember, Yoru's vision of the howler essentially involved, well, Yoru's vision of the howler basically made it so that the howler is killable when you set it on fire, but when set on fire, it runs fast and it takes a minute to die. Which 1 minute in Left 4 Dead 2 time is like might as well be like a million years. That's like that's essentially like what it's like trying to kill the goddamn howler. This is oh, this is early. Yeah, this is early Redux vaults. This is early Redux. I just want to see if there's a chance I even talked about it on here. Hello, Empire. Hope you're well. I'm trying to find this. It is tough. It is tough. It is tough. I was playing a lot. I was playing Resident Evil 4. I don't know for how long. I might not be able to find it. I might not be able to find it. I won't forget it, though, because it basically just involved showing off Andy's art. I just remember it involved setting the Howler on fire, jumping to a cheese spot that it cannot pathfind to, and let it run around until it burns to death, which is insane. And in my opinion, if that is your primary way to deal with your super boss insta-kill barely visible enemy, then you have fucked up as a balance designer. That shouldn't be your primary way to kill an enemy. That is bad. That is inherently bad. So anyway, to kind of come back on topic, at least what I will be getting into on the script here, is ultimately, I think Yoru's vision of... Oh god, sorry. My stomach's still a bit off, but... I think Yoru's vision of the Howler was highly, and I mean highly flawed. I mean, you can even see it in some of the text I'm writing here. I say it was piss poor to say the least. Spawning in front of you could spawn as early as leaving the safe room. The moment that it gets in front of you in narrow pathways that it blocks the only way to progress forward is basically GG. It takes too long to kill. 1 minute in this game is fucking for... It might as well be in an eternity. And the one time where I just felt like it was impossible to deal with, and the strategy you give me to deal with it is a way to cheese its pathfinding, is fucking ridiculous. It's horrible. That is not how you design an enemy. And also just like it is so easy to miss when it spawns too. There is no musical cue. There is nothing to convey in the slightest that it spawns. All you have is its honking noise that is easy to miss if you are dealing with commons, a tank, or other special infected at the time. If you are hearing that musical cue of like being pounced on or being swarmed by an infected, you're not gonna hear that honk. An enemy this deadly needs strong communication. And so not giving the player that, robbing them of that key communication, is bad design. The thing that balances Left 4 Dead out the most, you can take away temporary, you could take away medkits and make it so that survivors only have tier 1 weapons and they're only allowed to have temporary health. If you take away their communication, they have nothing. They literally have nothing. Whether it's the musical cues of infected being nearby or one having spawn, the noises that they make too, like whether it be loud footsteps or their grunts and all that stuff. You need all that. And so giving none of that for an enemy as game-ending as the Howler is bad. So that's why Waltz's interpretation of the Howler And I consider Waltz's interpretation to be the only... I mean, at this point, it's the only interpretation because Yoru got rid of the fucking original Nightmare mod pack. But nevertheless, even before OG Nightmare left the book altogether, Waltz's interpretation to me was the only interpretation of the Howler. Because it's the only one that gave a fuck about how it treated the player. I don't know what the thought process was behind Yoru's idea for the Howler. It felt like something that just was made to punish the player for existing. Whereas Waltz's was done perfectly because I'm gonna be real with you, I don't think I've ever gotten killed by it. I don't think I've gotten killed because of it, but I've never gotten killed by it in all my playtests of Nightmare Redux. And the only time I got killed because of it is because of the way that it functions. When it spawns behind you, which is perfect, by the way. That's something I'm going to put in this script, is that it will spawn behind you, meaning that it is this wall that closes in slowly on you. And if you touch that wall as it closes in, you die. And so it gives you an incentive to move forward. And it actually provides tension where you need, because you will have those moments you're like, oh, fuck, I need to stop and, grab something real quick because I'm running low on health. I'm running low on pills. I need a new gun or I need ammo or something. But you have this wall closing in on you. And so any second that you take the stop to grab something actually feels frantic, if just by him existing. And so because you're kind of tense and you're incentivized to move forward, you might be so panicked to move forward you actually end up rushing to your death. And I think that's why Waltz's Howler is so perfect. I have gotten killed because of it. I've never gotten killed by it. And what I mean when I say that I've gotten killed because of it is because that incentive to rush because of it has gotten me killed. And in my opinion, that's perfect. And should you get killed by Waltz's Howler, it is because you fucked up astronomically. And in my opinion, that is another thing that just makes it so perfect. The Howler, getting killed by the Howler should be your punishment for bad plays, for really bad plays, not just by playing the fucking game, which is what Yoru's did. Even though Waltz is the technical mastermind behind the original Howler that was in Yoru's pack and everything that I hated about it, Waltz is by for all intents and purposes the laborer of the Howler in terms of Yoru's vision. Yoru was the idea person and Waltz just simply committed to whatever they said when it came to what Yoru had in mind for their Nightmare pack in the Howler. Whereas Redux's Howler is how Waltz wanted the Howler to be from just day one. Or not even necessarily from day one, but just it is their vision. And what Waltz has in mind for the Howler in terms of vision is a much, much better scale. It's just much more player friendly. And just, it is an almost perfect enemy design. A part of me is still iffy on it just because I'm always going to have some kind of bias against adding original enemies to Left 4 Dead. I much prefer just the original roster of the game and with how they function. Excuse me. But I think if the Howler is here to stay, the way that Waltz has done it is perfect. I just sometimes I just can't believe that I just can't believe that the ideas of the Howler was really just thought like a person really thought this. Like a person really thought this was a good idea. It's almost crazy to me. Oh yeah, don't even get me started. Like, oh, that's right. It would also get stuck. It would also sometimes get stuck on level geometry. I remember that. It would get stuck on ladders or on ledges, some of which you needed to go to progress, and would soft lock you. I remember even Nazca showcased that happening on Dead Air Chapter 2, just like it happened to me. Dead Air Chapter 2, of it just getting stuck on a ladder and not being able to jump over the ladder that you need to climb to progress. And it was just GG right there. Like, he even said he had to no-clip just to get past it. Something that Yoru, by the way, would accuse Nazca of purposely trying to set up to make the Howler look bad. But the only reason why the Howler looked bad in Yoru's pack is because Yoru's ideas were fucking dog shit. Either way. Either way. No, if you can tell, I have a lot of frustration towards this particular enemy. Well, yeah, no, the thing about it too is just like I said in my last video, on my one on Red's Reimagined, about the Howler, that not all levels are created equal. Not all levels in general in Left 4 Dead 2 are created equal. Some are just inherently worse than others. I think Hard Rain and Vanilla is just probably the worst of the Vanilla 5 that the game launched with. Like, I think Hard Rain just sucks in general. Not even just in, like, for Red's Reimagined. It's bad. It's just bad. Like, I get that the gimmick of the backtracking and all that is unique, but let's be real, they did that just to save time and money on assets and to design a game quickly in under a year. That's gotta be the reason why that fucking level, why that campaign exists in the first place. It's the only campaign, by the way, to not be released in any, like, press release material, you know, in any beta footage. We see, like, there's a lot of Parish, and there's a lot of Dark Carnival, a lot of Swamp Fever, and even some Dead Center here and there. No Hard Rain. Like, that map just sucks. Anyway. But yeah, when given the game-changing scripts that Nightmare gives, yeah, some levels are just bound to be more doomed than others. For example, now, as you said, Sugar Mill. Sugar Mill can't operate correctly with how the witch has changed. And I think what Waltz has done with Hard Rain is a little interesting, in that the only enemies that can appear are witches, if I'm not mistaken. And no other enemies are allowed to be present. Let's see. Also, how the finale of The Passing works as well, which I will showcase. So, at the very least, Waltz is doing his best to... at the very least, Waltz is doing his best to try to balance some of the shortcoming maps of Yoru's pack in the game. And Waltz is definitely doing his best to balance the Left 4 Dead 2 side of things in general, because through Yoru's own self-admission, the Left 4 Dead 2 side, when applied to Nightmare, was just not given any thought. It was never intended to really, like, it was just really there to be played, but in terms of, like, properly balancing certain events or changing things up, it was not really considered much. And that's just because Yoru just flat out doesn't like Left 4 Dead 2. I sometimes wonder if they even flat out like Left 4 Dead 1 in general. I don't know. Yoru's Nightmare is what happens when you try to, like, basically develop a game within a game you already don't like. I like, once again, I don't understand the thought process. Like, like, I don't know, Yoru's whole reputation, legacy, whatever have you, is always going to be a rather questionable one to me. Especially with the statement they gave about leaving, when they said that they no longer can identify with this community, which I don't know how you can identify with the community when you don't even like the fucking game in which the community originates around in the first place. I feel like you kind of have to like it, you know, in order to identify with it, but alright. And that's why I'm really liking Redux a lot as a product more. Is because when I play it, I'm like, yeah, Waltz likes this shit. Either way. So, anyway, I want to finish this fucking part of the thing now. I believe Grit was Yoru's only good mod pack. Tundra Terror. I never got the chance to try Tundra Terror or Fear. I remember Yoru really wanted me to play those on stream. They would message me about that. OG Nightmare? No, yeah, I do think Grit, in the end, Grit was better than OG Nightmare. Well, here's the thing. I think OG Nightmare was good until the Howler came in the picture. I really genuinely think so. I think that era of Nightmare that I made those first two videos on was Yoru's Nightmare at its best. And that is still my personal favorite, like, of all of them. Although I'm a bit biased, it's kind of more like nostalgia for those. If I were to talk about in general as an actual product, Redux and Red's Reimagined. I would say Redux is probably my favorite for how unique of a spin it is. But Reimagined is also my favorite because of how close it is to the vanilla game, and I love vanilla. You know, vanilla Left 4 Dead is my favorite. Is obviously why I kept playing this. But if I were to make my perfect version of Nightmare, if you will, quote unquote, I think it would just be Redux with the jockey. Because I love everything about Redux, and I would just want to have the jockey instead of the Howler. Not because I think the Howler is bad, as I'm going to say, I think how Waltz has executed the Howler is damn near perfect. I am just way too attached to the original Special Infected of the game. That's it. Just use, like, you know, I like it when we use the Twisted Jockey with the Dead Space children sound effects. I think that was cool. But like my quote perfect version of Nightmare would just be Redux, but with a jockey. And make the tank have idle noises, because I still am not too fond of them not making any noise when standing still. But anyway, so the thing that I'm also just trying to, like, the thing too, I use that jockey model also, but I also use the DVD doctor sound. I remember when it used to use the doctor sounds. I remember that. It used to use the doctor sounds. Well, look, like, has its own unique special effect. I don't know. I don't think so. But, like, Butter, I think you should only either have the jockey or the Howler. You can't have both. That'd be way too fucked up. That would be way too fucked up. Like, the jockey is all, like, the jockey in Nightmare is already pretty strong just because the jockey AI is inherently broken. So having the Howler with the jockey would be incredibly fucked up. It would be beyond broken. It would be it would be an insanely broken combination. Oh God, excuse me. Oh fuck. I feel like if you want to have the jockey and the howler at the same time, I feel like if you want to have the jockey and the howler at the same time, the howler needs to be 100% like visible. It can't be invisible. That would be too fucked up. I love this version, okay? Fucking Waltz showed me a Left 4 Dead mod that had this song in the background as like in the preview video, and I was all like, I need to have this. I need to have this song so much. Anyway. Well, at that point, just play on normal difficulty, I think. I think the howler, for all intents and purposes, is fine. Like, you just cannot possibly have you just can't possibly have the jockey and the howler at the same time. It would be too broken of a combination, and there's no amount of changes that you can give to balance that out. Like, the howler in Waltz's vision is perfect, but I also think that not having him at all and just having the regular jockey as is also perfect. Maybe you could make the jockey a bit tankier. I don't know. I think having the jockey to be a bit tankier is fine. To be honest, the jockey is already tanky in the vanilla game. It's intentionally designed to be tanky, which is kind of crazy when you think about it, but either way. Like, I think it's like the 4th tankiest enemy in the game. Because I think it goes tank, witch, charger, and jockey. Let's see. So I'm trying to figure out how to put this. Makes the howler function like on a wall that slowly closes in on the players. Or on the player. Addies. Since trying to figure out making every restock supplies more intense. as it inherently halts progression. See. So this is always the hard part of scripting, is trying to figure out how to write this. The howler does spawn. It will be behind the survivors in about 99% of the time. Function, as it makes the howler function like a wall that slowly closes in. But it slowly closes in. Every brief stop. All right. Every brief stop you have to take, be it to revive teammate. Wait. Be it for supplies, or to save teammates, are now far more tense, as it inherently halts progression, giving the howler ample time to close the gap. There we go. Yeah, that's how we write it. Oh. Let's see. Giving the howler ample time to close the gap. Let it hang, sister. Loose. I can put this in the front. No, yeah, it's cool. Virtua Fighter music in general is really dope. It's like my second favorite game, behind Left 4 Dead. Well, actually, no. All right, so look, Virtua Fighter is my favorite fighting game. Left 4 Dead 2 is my favorite PvE co-op game. And Resident Evil 4 OG 2005 is my favorite single-player game. Putting isn't an issue. What's your favorite realistic toy? Listen, Jed, you can shut the fuck up. So stupid, man. Let's see. It's another that's another Made Man classic. I believe it. I need to know more about Made Man's history and all that, because this shit's hella funny. I'm doing well, Wolf Lord. Hope you're well. every brief stop you have to take, be it for supplies or safety. Sega really fucked up the re-release of the VF5 vanilla soundtrack, because like this bass solo is not in the Spotify releases or even in the album releases that they did for 30th anniversary. It's really bad. Like literally sections of VF5 vanilla songs are missing altogether in the re-releases. Brad Stage has a piano solo, completely gone. Wolf has a guitar solo, completely gone. It's ridiculous. That show, no, dude, Fight Club is pretty sick. I love that movie. I haven't watched it in a long time, but it's really good. My favorite one is the Chinese version where they just turn themselves in at the end of the movie. Do you know about that? No, dude, the Chinese version is so great. Hold on. Hold on. Fight Club Chinese ending. I might get claimed for this. Because, you know, like, it's, like, copyrighted, but... Like, hold on. Y'all need to watch this.
I want you to really listen to me. Okay. My eyes are open.
Oh, come on, you fucking thing. Hold on. Wait, hold on. Fucking get out of here. There we go. Like, okay. You got sent to the lunatic asylum, yeah? It's so fucking stupid. Let's see. I totally forgot that the shuffle playlist feature is super broken when like if you have like more than 100 fucking options. So I got to use one of these special sites that will shuffle it for me. As loud. Hope everyone's well. I just want to finish this Howler segment, and then we can actually get to playing the game for the sake of footage collecting that I will get later. I don't want to say the issue for the players, because issue kind of implies that it's like a design flaw, so that's not the language I want to use here. But I also want to say the issue. Why is the music funny, huh? The real issue. Yeah. The real tension are. The real tension arises, or this means that every brief stop. See, the Howler in general moves slower than you, so outrunning them isn't an issue. However, this means that every brief stop you have to take, be it for supplies or to save teammates, given ample time to close the gap. I think that's fine for now. Give it ample time to close the gap. I'm actually curious, how's this video doing? Yo, I have a question, chat. Would you guys like it if I start making like YouTube shorts every now and then? Like, I'm gonna be really. I've been struggling to kind of make a long form content video in general. I've been struggling to kind of make long form content in general right now. And like, don't get me wrong, I like what I make, but it's hard just because it's you know, like it could take like a month for me, a month at the minimum to make a whole video. And that's if I really fucking put my mind to it. That's if I really put my mind to it. But I have other things out here that I like to. I have a lot of like. I have. That's flabbergasted. Oh my god. Oh my god. Sorry, hold on. Dude, I love when Twitter posts this shit. Hey.
Hey, try to send for me. Take my best gallons. I don't use a toilet. I piss in my gallon like every day. I don't use toilets. I just have my piss up in that toilet. I don't piss in a fucking commode. They be like, no, why you pissing in a bottle? Why you pissing in a bottle? I'm like, it's more sanitary, so I piss in a bottle.
Why you piss brown? What is this?
Somebody,
Wait, what is this right here? I've actually not seen this clip. Can I hope I can show this. I hope I can show this.
hey, Mod, somebody crumb.
Train, oh my god. You and me and gang can run the train on your girl for free. What's up? I'm with all the smoke tonight, both on. What the fuck? I'm gonna run the train on your girl.
That nigga's Jim. Thank you. I don't give a fuck what type of color gloves you have on. Nigga, if you're golden gloves, why don't you take your ugly black ass
What
and
the
go be a boxer? You shouldn't be in this man's stream. Why don't you go train, right? Go try to get that real money. You typical black spook.
Jesus Christ,
Somebody
man.
crumble that nigga's Jim and get him out of here. You can suck my dick. How about that?
So every time I watch this shit, dude, every time I watch this shit, I hear slurs only dead people say. Anyway, so I'll be fine. I'm sure I'll be fine. Either way, slurs only dead people, dude. Waltz, you know I'm right. Anyway. So, the thing I'm trying to get at the very least, is that I know that I think the creative burnout I've been feeling lately has been with long form, not just with Left 4 Dead, but also with long form content in general. Because I haven't felt any less creative burnout with my other passion, which is Virtua Fighter in general. But even then, the content I make with Virtua Fighter is significantly less committal, not long form, and it's fun, goofy stuff. So I know I still have creative flow with stuff that doesn't take very long to make. Such as, whether it be this is just, like highlight reel stuff from matches I've had recorded. Or, posting stupid fun stuff like this. One of the best things about OBS is that you can put shit on separate audio tracks. So, yeah, one of the best things about OBS is that you can put shit on separate audio tracks. And so when I uploaded this video, this moment right here, just with the gameplay stuff right on it, so, but I was in a VC with friends, and this is what was happening, on the mic, the whole time.
I know. Did that sound like Soldier Boy?
Yeah.
Yo.
Oh my god. Did someone see that? It was literally it was 2 a.m. when I was playing. Or here, this one right here. Now I'm gonna be real with you. I'm probably gonna get a copyright claim for this, 1,000%. I'm gonna get a copyright claim for this, 1,000%. But I had fun putting this together. Go! Oh. By the way, if you want to know what the explanation, is for the name the record, I'll showcase to you. It's really funny. By the way, if you guys want to know what this band is, it's. I wasn't paying attention. Shit. The band's name is T Square. I found out about these guys like earlier this year, and I cannot stop listening to them. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh. Okay. Now I fucking love T Square so much. Fuck! Mid! Oh. Mid. D? 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 Yes, I do. No! No! Low. No! No! Oh! No! 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 Yeah!
Don't worry, pal. I won't forget you.
And yeah, then I had this one called When Virtua Fighter Customization Was at Its Peak, where I was just showcasing how good our customization options used to be, like back in the old version of the game. And it was just like showcasing like how cool some of these could look. Some of these are even just like references to like
Are you ready for this?
like entertainment mediums.
Too much excitement for you?
But no, yep. Because Buff Gigas mentioned that because he had a When Tekken customization was at its peak. I saw that video and then I was like, dude, Virtua Fighter customization used to be so good. It sucks now, but this is like when it was so good, dude. And we had so much cool shit.
This is where you fall down. I ran. Here comes my suplex. There's only one wrestler here. It's showtime! Ha! Hee-ya! See? I thought I'm better.
Everyone's doing well.
Time for a combat seminar. Just focus on your enemy. Wow, it was ridiculous.
I wish that were me.
It's go time, baby. Cha! Don't worry, pal. I won't forget you.
We used to have item win poses. It was so sick.
What are you waiting for? Come get some.
This right here. This was my favorite genre I made.
もっと美しい戦いがしたい。もっと美しい戦いがしたい。
もしかしこししこしょじゃだ。
But yes, and yeah, I had made this and I uploaded it to my other channel. And just like this, I made and uploaded this to my other YouTube channel because I have a second YouTube channel that is dedicated. That is just going to be dedicated to VF, but also just other fighting game content stuff in general. Because as I said, this was originally meant to be a fighting game channel, but then the Left 4 Dead shit took off in general, and I was like, I still have the fighting game ambition stuff, but I'll just relegate it to something else, over here. So anyway, all this to say, I don't have creative burnout. I don't have creative burnout in general right now. I think I've just been having burnout with that's a fanfic that I cannot repost. But anyway, but it's not that I have creative burnout. I think I have creative burnout with just kind of Left 4 Dead a bit in general, but also like well, yeah, NASCAR says Nightmare mod was mid. I mean, I would say the version that he played, yeah, for sure. But I think Waltz, what we're doing is we're playing Waltz's Redux, and we're reviewing Waltz's Redux right now, which is a much different product. Which, yeah, I definitely think Yoru's original Nightmare was heavily flawed to the very end. It was better in its earlier days. But even then, NASCAR's definitely just has in my opinion, NASCAR's is very much also a vanilla purist, which is not a bad thing, by the way. I'm a vanilla purist as well. So he definitely is just going into the mod with just, with how Left 4 Dead is supposed to function, with kind of just reviewing Nightmare through the lens of how Left 4 Dead is supposed to function, which depending on if that's a good or a bad thing, I think is subjective. I think it's fair to make that comparison, though. Because no matter how many changes you make to the Left 4 Dead script, it is always going to function like Left 4 Dead at the end of the day. No amount of Left 4 Dead modding can take the Left 4 Dead out of Left 4 Dead. Which, in my opinion, that's actually kind of what made Yoru's Nightmare Pack a bit of just why it kind of faltered towards the end. It felt like Yoru was trying to fight the game, essentially, instead of just accepting it. Alright. in general moves slower than you, so outrunning him isn't an issue. However, this means that situations like horde and tank encounters. I'm gonna say even more pants shitting. I'm gonna be Waltz. I don't understand the purpose behind the proximity damage of the Howler, like the part like that he does a bit of damage if he gets too close. Because I feel like that, like, I'm gonna be real with you, the amount of times that I have taken like the damage, and not gotten killed, I could probably count with just 2 fingers. I feel like if he gets that close, you're just... I feel like if he gets that close, you're just dead. Like... Halleck. I'm doing well, Kix. I've not seen you in a minute. Hope y'all have been well. Will I get copyright claim for this? Anyone here watch Yu Yu Hakusho? But I'm gonna be really you, Waltz. The amount of times I've died to the Howler in all the playing of Redux I've done has been 0. Like, I never die because he came in contact. I usually end up dying because of the pressure that it inherently gives. Like, I'm about to put in here. Existence inherently gives. Rush forward. At times where I would rush. Be ambushed by a witch. See, I want to say, like... using the pressure its existence inherently gives. I have times where I would rush forward to create distance between us, only to run into a tank or be ambushed by a witch. My punishment for not keeping a cool head in tough situations. Even though a combination of a howler and tank is very lethal, good. Let's see, good item usage. And our smart plays, you can still yeah, it's not okay, that's good. It's not insurmountable if you have the right equipment and reflexes. That's good, I'm stealing that. Alright. No, yeah, because I remember that. I remember running into a... I did have like a couple moments where a howler spawned and I ran into a tank, but I managed to fucking, like, with a pipe bomb, either with a Molotov, I stalled the howler in time to give... I used the Molotov to stall the howler to give me time to fight the tank. Or I just had a pipe bomb to dispose of the tank quickly. Okay. Yeah, speaking of ass clenching. Where is it? I'll never forget these runs right here. This is old, man. This is when I first started using the Nintendo Switch controller for gyro aiming. So I was especially, like, unstable, you know? Like, hold on. You will see in some of these. No, yeah, I remember when this used to be the old layout. Look how shaky I am, too. You're shaking like you're actually there. I did not have as good control over it. To be honest, I'm still kind of shaky. But to be fair, you're oh my god, you're always going to be kind of inherently shaky with the. Yo, can you imagine Nightmare VR? Well, it's like, I know there's some VR mods that make Left 4 Dead playable in VR, so I can't imagine Nightmare VR. Esther wanted to try that, dude. That'd be so... I would love to try... I would love to have a VR headset one day, but to be honest with y'all, they're not very... No headset I've ever had is very... I've never had a headset, but no headset I ever tried is very glasses friendly. I'm gonna be real with you. Like, no, the glasses on Goat Boy isn't for show. I genuinely need to wear glasses. I genuinely need to wear glasses.
the beat.
These new functions in place and proper now given proper communication now given for when the howler spawns. I should also mention, I need to mention somewhere that fire, for example, a mullet. I don't know, it says weaknesses. When how long for waltz? You said a minute, right? Get your bearings. Oh, I'm just working on the script for my latest video. These new functions in place and it's not. I mean, yeah, writing a script is tough. I'll give it that. I don't know if I could play this song. It's just the instrumental. It's just the instrumental, but I don't know if I could get in trouble just for the copyright of the song itself. See. Hid functions and player communications. I want to say for playing horribly, but I'm also trying to figure out a better way to put that. Just for terrible plays. Unlike in Yoru's, where death to the Howler could be your punishment for existing. Means that death to the and what is your punishment for terrible plays. Unlike in Yoru's, where death to the Howler could be your punishment for existing. Yeah, there we go. LTG Howler? Oh my god! LTG Howler is fucking crazy. And can I be honest with you guys about something? So everybody here probably knows this Persona 4 song, I'll Face Myself, right? I mean, this particular version of I'll Face Myself, because there's like a million different versions, right? Can I be honest with you? I think this version of I'll Face Myself sounds like Dead Rising Mall music to me. Yeah, it's a bit too triumph, yeah. If it was like a bit more mellow and more like milk toasty, then it would fit the bill, you know? It's too so Retro, you're saying it's too Sega and not Capcom. Alright, so... Look. Finding time to handle horde events, tank encounters, and just keep going some drama. Let's see. How old is this? Not this song. I'm trying to think. Wait. I feel like a fucking idiot. 17 years old. Right? 17, yeah. 17-year-old game. Wait, hold on. There we go. I still prefer having the jockey due to my attachments to the original infected roster. I think this was the best way to implement the Howler if it's here to stay. As it's here to stay. As it's here to stay. As it's here to stay. So props to you. You made me actually like implementation of a new enemy in a 17-year-old game. Alright, I think... I'm trying to figure out what... I'm trying to figure out how to describe the finale. Like, I know the passing finale in Waltz's Redux is there are no tank spawns. No tank spawns. No, none of that. I don't even remember if specials even spawn. I'm pretty sure they do. But I know it's just one Howler and a shit ton of commons to slow you down. Relentlessly hunting. Yeah, I'm pretty sure specials do spawn. Like, I'm positive they do. Yo, what am I doing? I can just check. I'm fucking stupid. I can just check. And it was rather recent. think it was on this one. I shown the guy that could do the highest note. Well, do you want to know something? Do you want to know why I couldn't bring myself to do the finale in the passing, like by myself? No, it could have been hard, and I would have still been. I would have. It's just I was genuinely too fucking scared to. I was genuinely too fucking scared to. Man, I already played this one earlier. It's like you don't understand, like dude, barely visible enemies scare the shit out of me, dude. They genuinely do. They get under my skin. And dude, even with high shadows, even with my shadows are on very fucking high, man. My shadows are on very high, and I can still barely see it. Hold on a second. I know y'all know me. Whoa, what the fuck? Why did I get that? Yeah, I copied the goddamn Steam page. Come on, give me the Steam page. Give me a Steam fish! We not have that. I am. I'm gonna be real with you. How the fuck is this better? I guess the skill issue edition is you can see it without the light. But what do you mean I can't see it when it's moving? I don't want this! What do you mean I can't see it when it's moving? I think this is worse! This is worse! Has anyone ever seen Jamaican restaurants never have anything? Has anyone ever seen that? Jamaican restaurants never have food? Oh, you seen the Killer 7 one? Dude, the Killer 7 one is so funny, dude. I have a question. Do you guys want to see the original, the original video, or at least that segment of the video, or do you guys want the Killer 7 one? Wait, which one do you guys want? You want the Killer 7 one, or do you want the original? You want both? I'll show you. I guess I'll show you the original then. I'll show you the original. I'll show you that part of the video, and then I'll pull up the.
Yo, I would have.
Alright. Alright. Alright, I'm trying to find this. Alright. It's this right here. I love this.
Yo, I want a bomb clot you want.
Yo, you're writing on no manners.
Me just check, we don't have that.
Sure. Yo, me take a steam fish.
Alright?
Yo,
Give me a steam fish.
fresh out, yo, me just name that.
We don't have that.
Alright, a beef patty.
We don't have that.
A stewed chicken.
We don't have that.
Spicy shrimp.
White rice or rice and peas.
White rice.
We don't have that.
Alright, me take a rice and peas.
We don't have that.
Just the shrimp. Then.
We don't have that.
And then they just tell me say you have shrimp.
We just eat the last one.
Me take a plate of chicken.
We don't have that.
Me take a plate by itself.
We don't have that.
You know a plate. You just mash up the last one.
But you know, me is a fashion teller.
You fucking idiot. You don't know, see? Oh, so what?
Oh my god. And I don't know why somebody made this.
Yo, I want a bomb clot you want.
Yo, you're writing on no manners.
Me just check, we don't have that.
Sure. Yo, me take a steam fish.
Alright?
Yo,
Give me a steam fish.
fresh out, yo, me just name that.
We don't have that.
Alright, a beef patty.
We don't have that.
A stewed chicken.
We don't have that.
Spicy shrimp.
White rice or rice and peas.
White rice.
We don't have that.
Alright, me take a rice and peas.
We don't have that.
Just the shrimp. Then.
We don't have that.
And then they just tell me say you have shrimp.
We just eat the last one.
Me take a plate of chicken.
We don't have that.
Me take a plate by itself.
We don't have that.
You know a plate. You just mash up the last one.
But you know, me is a fashion teller.
You fucking idiot. You don't know, see? Oh, so what?
What the fuck you said the other one was? No More Heroes in Toronto? I don't think I've seen that one. This one right here? This one?
Bad the bar fried. I knew this was my yacht. Yo, you're moving like a bhakti. Your shorty's calling my phone telling me how you're cropping on her photos on Instagram. You good? Yeah, eh? So I'm supposed to let her show her body for the 1,000 likes? Family, I cropped that real quick. Nothing to be afraid of, shorty. You know, I'm just making some adjustments. Don't want to break your heart, you GMG. Okay, got the pokes out the way. Enjoy your pose, shorty. Now I can fly to my stockings, yeah. On a big man thing who boxed my Popeyes. You know, say I was waiting all day.
What the I need to show that to Jed, who was in here a while ago. I need to show that to Jed, who's in here like a while ago. Like he would probably know. Like, I never been in a Jamaican joint. I've never been in a Jamaican joint before. But I have heard from from friends that it is that the whole we don't have that is real. I have heard that as a real thing that they just won't have certain food items. Which is fucking crazy. White rice. Spicy shrimp. Fresh. First time I went there, they were out of Is it like... It's like the fucking... That Boondocks episode, Waltz? You know the one I'm talking about? I don't know. Well, that's probably why they weren't eating. That's probably why, Waltz. They weren't eating that shit, so, you know, like, so they weren't making any. There's no rush. Papachinos! Okay, moving on. I think I'm basically done with the Howler segment now. Like, of writing, very least. So, I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. I need to go refill some water. And when I come back, we will actually play the fucking mod. And, you know, basically pseudo collect footage, if you will. So I'll be right back.
magically in all the whole world. Snooping round and we'll get you nowhere. You look tough in your mind.
This song is gay. This is a real man's song. This isn't real men's music. Alright, I'm back. Hope everyone's well. That one friend who's too gay. Speaking of gay, Ben Shapiro's media empire is collapsing. Good. He shouldn't have had one to begin with. Anyway. I don't know what the fuck is. So, I'll show you. Anyway. You want Howler footage? So what? You get SV cheats 1. Well, I want to try to use the record function that's within. That's just blatantly like within the Valve function, you know. I want to try to use that. Like, so the goal is to just play normally. The goal is just to play normally, and if it spawns, you know, and just use those functions. Anyway, is anyone gonna go see TADC in theaters? Because I am. I'm gonna go watch it in theaters. Kind of against my better judgment, to be honest with you, but look, TADC coming to theaters, in my opinion, was a mistake. TADC coming to the theater is a mistake, and if you see what's happening like with the Korea distributors and like with other distributors, and like Glitch's whole handling of it, like they clearly just weren't equipped to deal with a project of this magnitude, and they shouldn't have ever done it in the first place. They just aren't equipped for it. They should have never done this shit. Just let it just come out to YouTube, man. He realized he ain't built for this. Like people were pissed about the 2-week gap between. People were really pissed about the 2-week gap between the theatrical release and the YouTube release. Rightfully so, by the way. Rightfully so. And in my opinion, I'm still upset about it. The only reason I am going to see it is because of the 2-week gap. If not, then I wouldn't go see it. But I'm like, but here's the thing, is that I think some people would. I think I would probably be somewhat willing to go see it, though, at the very least. Even if it did come out in theaters the same day as the YouTube release, because there's a lot of reasons why you would want to go see it in theaters, even if it would go out in the same day. Like, to kind of talk about that real quick. The 2-week gap is fucking atrocious. It still is. And I feel like people kind of accepted the explanation for the 2-week gap, which is the explanation for the 2-week gap was that was the only way that they would have allowed it. That's literally the only reason. Yeah, no, Coden, that is quite literally the only reason why I'm going to the theater. Is because the 2-week gap in between the 2-week gap in between, like, is just, it's going to be rife with spoilers. Someone is going to spoil it day one. It's already kind of bad enough that I won't be able to see it day one of the theater release. I'm going to see it the day after, but I can at least get off of social media for one day. Or off of YouTube, even, for one day. But anyway. But let me just break this down. Their explanation was that the theater exclusive deal was the only way, like that 2-week gap was the only way that the theater deal could happen. The theater said that they would only air it if there was that 2-week gap between the 2-week gap is a certain unified. Yeah, I know, but like let me break this down. Like I'm gonna break this down. The theater chain said the Cinemark chain, especially because that's where this has started, was the Cinemark chain. The Cinemark chain said that they would only do the theater screenings if there was a gap between the theatrical release and the theater and the YouTube release. And the problem, and so that's Glitch's explanation. And then so Cinemark essentially kind of bullied, strong-armed a smaller independent studio to have that gap. And Glitch saw the opportunity for an independent show to be in theaters on a big screen and all that stuff as too big of an achievement to just pass up on. So they compromised. They kind of compromised the show in a sense. They kind of compromised the fandom, if you will, somewhat. Because a lot of people were saying, Netflix did the final episode of Stranger Things in theaters and also had the Netflix release on the same day. But that's the thing, though, is that it's fucking Netflix. Do you think theaters can strong arm or bully Netflix? Netflix fucking killed the movie theater experience. Netflix killed the theaters. So they can't be strong armed or bullied or anything of the sort. So the theaters will have to bow down to Netflix. But however, they don't need to bow down to the Australian independent studio that is Glitch. You know what I mean? So anyway. But the problem is the problem with the 2-week gap, though, is that means that fans who can't make it to the theater, because look, Korea, they just backed out of Korea. Korea is now fucked right now. Korea is now fucked. The Korean fandom is fucked. They won't be able to see the movie in theaters. Yeah, they won't be able to see the TADC screening. The Turkish fans can't watch it either, because the Turkish theater chains said that they wanted a 5-month gap between the theater screening and the YouTube release, which is ridiculous. So Turkey is fucked. So Turkey is fucked. No, I'm not kidding. So yeah, Turkey is fucked. They can't see it. Korea, they illegally backed out of the contract. So Korea is now fucked. Glitch illegally backed out of the contract with Korean movie chains. So the Korean fandom is fucked right now. Turkey is fucked. And some other places are just fucked. And to be honest, that's if people can go see the movie. And even then, North Americans, United States, Canada, and thankfully the UK and Europe, are finally getting their screenings. But even then, despite that, not everyone can go. Despite that, not everyone can go. Waltz might not be able to go. I know some friends that probably won't go, that like the show but probably won't go, just due to certain reasons. No, yeah. No, Waltz is a big fan. Waltz is a bit no, yeah. That's the other thing too, is that a lot of people were also shitting on North Americans for saying like, oh, you could go see it, but no, yeah, there are people that are just in the middle of bumfuck nowhere, and the theater the closest theater that showcases it is probably like a few hours away by car. Like, no, yeah, I don't have any exactly. So, and then people are saying, just stay off social media. Just stay off the internet for 2 days. People don't understand, or they choose not to understand, because old people tell me this all the time. Old people say this to me all the fucking time, dude. And it is like, you just stay off the internet. Old people especially, like, I'm going to throw old people under the bus right now. Old people like to act like you can just live without the internet in the modern era, when they themselves actually probably use the internet more than even I do. My fucking uncle tells me, my uncle acts like I can live without the internet when he uses the internet more than I do. And I'm the streamer, I'm the content creator, I'm the one who should be using it the most. Like in the modern era, in this current day and age, it is no longer a luxury to have the internet. It is imperative. It is essential. It is now a fact of life. You can't function in this current era without the internet. Think of all the shit that you use the internet for that is essential to your, like, for example, just to your job. What happens if you, like, all right, I fucking dare you to try to go to apply for a job at the actual place. You believe me, I've tried. You wanna know what they tell you? Do it on their website. You try getting a job. Exactly. So, first off, so you can't just stay off the internet for a whole 2 goddamn weeks. And number 2, you can't just stay off of social media or the internet in general for 2 weeks. For example, I go to, like, I don't know, look, for example, like, here we go. Like, you know, this is my YouTube, like, some Virtua Fighter, this Eris avoiding the puddle, some YouTube shorts, some of it about chess, some of it's about comedy, some of it's about Avatar. Like, originally, like, Avatar's just on my feed because I've just been watching some Avatar YouTube content and all that stuff. And, you know, it's like, it's like some Invincible shit. You know, there's some Invincible there. If I was watching, like, and, you know, there was a time where I was watching Amazing Digital Circus content, right? And Amazing Digital Circus content was appearing on my feed here. Right? And anyway, the shit that look at gaming, Tekken 7, Legend of Korra, like, you know, Street Fighter, Virtua Fighter, DC Comics, Invincible versus the game, Super Smash Brothers, Left 4 Dead, sitcoms, like, you know, and I guarantee you in time TADC will appear here in no time at all. If I go to my Twitter feed, like, obviously a lot of it is VF shit. But I like to talk about Amazing Digital Circus as well. And you all know what I also like to do? I like, a lot of my timeline consists of Amazing Digital Circus content. I like to follow comics. I like to follow comic artists, fan artists, animators, so on and so forth. I like this shit. I like interacting with the community on this shit. This is the shit that just appears on my timeline, and it's all like, here's shit that I would like. So if I don't watch this movie in theaters, I'm just gonna get people talking about it if I come on here. But here's the thing, is that this isn't the only thing that's on my feed. You know what else I come on here for? I come on here for Virtua Fighter content. I come on here for Virtua Fighter content too, because not only do I make it, I watch it. We also got a new game coming out, and the game that is currently out right now, like, we also have a new game coming out, And the game that is currently out right now is still getting updates. So I would like to get news regarding it. I'd like to get news regarding emulation developments on other games that I really like and I really enjoy. I like to just, watch funny stuff in regards to other games and all that I'm a part of. And just this is just what my feed is. This is just kind of just what my feed in general is about. Right? So I'm like, I go to social media to indulge in other things because Amazing Digital Circus isn't my whole life here. Amazing Digital Circus isn't my whole life here. I like other things. So I want to come on social media to look at other shit. I want to come on social media for other shit. This is how I got news about Lethal Company getting a new update last month. It was on Twitter. Because like Zeekers only puts info on his Patreon, which I am not sub to, or Twitter. It wasn't even North Korea, it was South. You can't play shit in North Korea. Dude, you can't have fun there. You come back dead. Either way. Now, the Turkey thing, it wasn't exactly their fault. The South Korea thing, though, it was crazy. The normal Korea. The South Korea thing, that was them biting off more than they could chew. It was their fault because they agreed to it before they even knew how the fucking process worked. You could argue that maybe the way that they had, like, I don't even know if you could argue that the way that they do things over there with movies is flawed or anything of the sort. But no, yeah. If you want to know that Alvin and the Chipmunks jumps that this one was about, because you guys know that video. It was when Deltarune fans were getting incredibly racist towards Latin America for wanting official translations of Toby Fox's content. People were getting really racist towards fucking Latin Americans. And I made a hold on a second. I'm gonna have to mute it. Because I cannot play this audio. But somebody said, like, hold on. It's not there. But this dude basically was saying that, like, that was another. I don't think it was a nothing burger controversy. Well, it's like, I think it's fair that Latin American and Deltarune fans wanted shit. They wanted their shit. They wanted their region to be officially supported when they're not. Why they clan? I don't know. Somebody like Alvin and the Chipmunks and I is a Ku Klux Klan rally. And so this guy was acting hella racist, where he said it's not like, this guy said something like it's not made for your language or something like that. It's not made for your people. It was incredibly fucked up. But I was like, Latin American Undertale Deltarune fans, hey, we would like our favorite things to be more accessible to us. American, Canadian, and European Undertale Deltarune fans. And it's just, all of them were just being incredibly racist towards the fucking Latin American community. It was insane. No, the thing is that, no, yeah, as I said, like, as I was going to say, Zediret, they bit off way more than they could chew. They do not have the team to handle this. They just simply don't. They are still hiring people. Like, they're still hiring and expanding. They're still, like, they should have had, like, a whole team for this shit already established before they already started doing this, but they didn't. And now the release is going to be successful. Look, it's going to be successful where it is. Theaters have already started selling out in some of the locations that are accessible. It's going to do well. It's going to do well financially. And I think even if it was the same day, even if there wasn't the 2-week gap, it still would have done well financially. A lot of people were saying, if it's gonna, like, if I could, why would I go watch it at the theater when I could watch it for free at home? But you got to understand that there's a reason why we watch shit at the theater. Like, granted, yes, the gap to watch it between the gap to watch it at the theater and at home might be one of the incentives to want to go watch it at the theater. It might even be the main incentive to go watch it at the theater. However, there's a lot of reasons why I would go watch The Amazing Digital Circus at the movies, even if it came out the same day on the YouTube release. Number one, the theater screening, having that show on that big picture on film, the quality is going to be fucking immaculate. It's going to look incredible. Amazing Digital Circus will look the best it has ever looked resolution-wise on the theater screen. It's also going to sound the best with the theater audio system. Even on the lower, shittier end ones, it is still better than a sound system that you could typically get at home. Like, than just the typical sound system setups that we have at home, which for most of us is probably just headphones, you know? So, incredible picture quality and incredible sound quality. And not only that, for us Amazing Digital Circus fans, it's going to be, in our case, it's special too, because it's an already established show with a huge fandom. So for us Amazing Digital Circus fans, it's going to, for better or for worse, you know, depending on how you view it, it's going to be a huge gathering of fans to meet with each other, to bond with each other, and to, like, you know, to all just unite over our favorite show or one of our favorite shows. That's literally like why one would want to go watch it at the theater, even if it was there, even if it came on YouTube the same day, right? I think this show is big enough that even if there wasn't a 2-week gap, it would have sold out in theaters. And also just the revolutionary concept of an indie animated show just making it to theater chains. Anyway. So I think there is a lot of arguments that people make that try to defend, in my opinion, what are bad calls or bad decisions with this whole process that either missed a point or they are purposefully done in bad faith. And people don't understand how theater chains work, and people also don't understand just that how I think people just don't understand how this coming to the theater is just kind of, it is in certain parts a net negative for the fan base as a whole. It is not a net negative for financial profit or anything, which is all that really matters to these people. Let's be real. Glitch is only going to care about the money that's made from this in the end. And the fact that this is going to sell out well, now there's good and bad for anything, obviously. But, and it's one of those where it's all like, do you compromise your fan base or do you compromise your wallet? And obviously the corporation, because at the end of the day, Glitch is a company that seeks to make money at the end of the day. No matter how big or small you are, a corporation is a corporation, and you're going to want money, and you're willing, and they're always willing to sacrifice the integrity of their fan base or of their products if it means to put more money in their pockets. And ultimately, that's what they chose. Now, I think it can be inherently scummy that they did such a thing, but whatever. Money is money, and money talks, and money rules at the end of the day. So, I ultimately think that this theater experience is a net negative. Like, as a devoted fan who has been like who has been really involved, or not really involved, but not. It makes it sound like I made the show, but as someone who has been just heavily like just a big fan and heavily invested in the show since it was even announced, I am upset. Like, I'm genuinely just disappointed. In my opinion, this should have never happened. But unfortunately, with that being said, I will be going to fucking see it in the theater. I will be keeping my mouth shut, but unfortunately, I know everybody else can't. And also, like, I literally have to go if I don't want to get my fucking favorite show spoiled for me. But I also do want to go see it because I think TADC at the theater in general will be amazing. I just wish it didn't have to come at the cost of other fans that are like it didn't have the cost of other fans who can't make it because they live in bumfuck nowhere because their country chain just doesn't support it. It's not fair. It's fucked up. And it really sucks that fans like some of you in here, and like Waltz in here, or the Turkish fandom or the Korean fandom might have to potentially rely on people uploading phone recordings to get like a good view of it. No, yeah, look, I'm not too big on spoilers either. Like, I don't care too much about spoilers. As I said, you want to know who actually doesn't give a shit about spoilers, dude? Japan, dude. Japan does not give a fuck about spoilers, dude. Like, Japan does not give a flying fuck about spoilers. Dude, their anime, like, dude, I've watched too much anime and, like, anime movies and anime episodes where they just fucking put what happens in the goddamn title. But that's the whole thing. That's the whole thing about, like, you know, about like, Japanese media and entertainment, is that they're like, here's the cool part. Here's the cool thing that happens here. This is the cool shit that happens here. Watch how it happens. That's how it is. And I can live with that. I can fuck with that. In my opinion, there definitely should be certain things that should not be spoiled. Like, especially if you want to go for big twist shit that is like shit that's supposed to fuck with the mind and all that, then obviously getting spoiled is not so great. But like, there's definitely like bad parts to spoilers, and like there's definitely big issues of spoilers, and there's also some spoilers that I personally do not care too much about. It just depends on what exactly is being spoiled. Cell loses the fight. There is only one thing I can hope for with the final episode of TAD. Oh yeah, by the way, I should mention the only reason why a lot of people were also saying that, like, oh, there, like, gaps between movie releases and home releases are just a normal thing. But people don't understand, this isn't a fucking movie. This is a TV show. And first off, episode 9 doesn't even meet the requirement to be considered a featured-length film for theatrical releases in the modern era. They are playing episode 8 and episode 9 to meet that 1 hour and a half, that 1 hour 30-minute requirement. If it only had episode 9, they would not be meeting that requirement. They have to play episode 8 just to bad time. So it can't even be a film. But anyway. So anyway. So, like, it's not even a movie. It's just a show that just happens, that is playing 2 episodes that both combined meet the length of a movie, but it's not a movie. Episodes of Breaking Bad are like an hour long. Are those movies? No, they're not. Episodes of The Walking Dead were like an hour long. Like, are those movies? Like, dude, people are just genuinely. I genuinely think people are just really fucking stupid. They don't know the difference between a movie and an episode of a TV show. I think that's what's going to happen. I think we are just going to get a seamless segue between episode 8 and 9. I think that's what we're going to get. Anyway. But this shows that people are just really fucking stupid. They don't know the difference between a movie and a TV show. They don't understand what it means to be a TV show and what it means to be a movie. They don't understand fan base integrity. They don't understand media literacy. They don't understand a fucking thing about how the medium entertainment is. They just brainlessly consume like it's garbage fast food. Just fucking sit. Just stop. Just don't put your nose in it. Just fucking sit at home. Just sit at home and wait for the Chinese when they eventually take over. And frankly, they deserve our country. Because we're fucking stupid. Anyway. There's only one thing I can hope from episode 9. There's only one thing I can hope from episode 9 of... There's only one... Oh yeah, by the way. And like, I am a huge fan of this show. I have the jacket. This is my special Pomni fight stick that I made. Because she is my favorite character. And I got a purple leverless. And yeah, I put all these Jack stickers on it. But also... If I can just scroll a bit further, you know, I might actually like Pomni for Evo. I also have another thing too. I ordered a custom gamepad from the Xbox store. Yeah, I have to go with the controller. It's pretty cool. I like it. I will eventually make a Jax one. I will eventually make a Jax one these days. One of these days. So, if there is one thing I can absolutely hope for in episode 9, look at look at this caption, okay? Look at this caption. Look, there's nothing I want more in this life than to what I hope. If Jax doesn't start crying like a bitch, dude, this episode is going to be a 0 out of 10. If Jax doesn't start crying like a bitch, this episode is going to be a 0 out of 10. Him not crying like a bitch is just objectively just bad writing. Alright, I'm gonna get the fucking thing ready now. See, I'm just closing a bunch of tabs just to free up as much resources as possible. If Jax doesn't get ripped apart and get done, what's the episode? No, I think, look, I think the physical, I don't know, I think the physical torture, like, could ease up. I need him to be mentally drawn and quartered, though. Jackson needs to sit in the chair. Like, how do I put this? I need Jax to cry, dude. I need him. I need Jax to cry. I need him to, like, ugly cry. I need him to cry so hard that he can't form a sentence. You know, the like like, all right, wait, hold on. No, well, yeah, he is. Like, hold on. Hold on. Hold on, guys. Do you guys know that part where Joe Swanson cries because he lost the perp? Do you guys know that part, the Family Guy moment? Where Joe Swanson cries because he lost the perp? Like, hold on. If he doesn't cry like this, then we got a problem, dude.
Here's to Joe, who helped little Paul get a new liver, and barring a massive infection, a new lease on life.
Don't you understand? I lost the perp. I lost the perp.
Like if he doesn't cry like that, I'm gonna have a problem. I'm gonna have a problem. So now, I mean, remember Alex Rokon said that Michael's best moment still hasn't happened yet. So who knows what that could mean? Excuse me. Yeah, I knew Alex for his Spampton dubs. I knew him for his Spampton dubs before TADC. Alright, where's my controller at? See, just making sure we don't get any drifting on the gyro controller. Okay. So, all right, let's get that on. Did I? Huh. Did I not subscribe to Toaster Howler? Check. I didn't subscribe to just this item. Only one way to check if it works. I don't have Tantara? I don't have Tantara. I thought I had Tantara. I guess not. I really should just have Totara at all times. What the fuck? Huh. Oh. Okay. So I'll know if the toaster how it works if I just see that that black model there. Oh, yep, there he is. See? Ugh. Huh. I don't like looking at him. He makes me really uncomfortable. So I just want to make sure that things are working correctly. Yeah, it looks like the weapon weight is working, right? Where are they? Okay, alright, so yeah, Anthony's here. Dwayne's still not here yet. Alright. Okay. So I'm trying to figure out what I was gonna say though. The gyro thing is fucking. What do you mean it's fucking you up? Like, is it like too shaky? I feel like I gotta play Dead Air again. Well, Scavenge finales just kind of suck in general. But yeah, anyway, to kind of like talk about TADC again real quick. I should probably turn the game volume down real quick. Just turn it down a little bit. Just like right there. Hold on. Because someone says something I don't agree with. I hope everyone else escapes and they just leave his ass in the circus. Now, you don't understand. Now, where that would be giving him what he wants. That would be giving Jax exactly what he wants in a situation where he's allowed to die, and death is too good for him. Yeah, there ain't no escape, number one. But number two, a situation where Jax is allowed to die is too good for him. I just realized there's only one med kit. Ooh, what are these new sounds? Ooh, I don't like these afraid of monster noises. That's the only thing about a hunter that I'm not even gonna say it's a bad change. It's actually a pretty good one. But it's just like the hunter is just so much lower to the floor than it normally is. That it's a lot harder to hit. But what did I hear? Wait, what's crazy, Waltz? Oh, you ain't know about the Goomba Stomp tech? I just... just realized I have not been using the record function. I should have been using the goddamn fucking record function, man. Alright, hold on. To be fair, hold on. I'm gonna unplug this keyboard. If I want to use the record function and all that stuff properly, I'm gonna need the keyboard. So hold on, I want to look at just how to use the. I have not used this in forever. So I want to look at how to use the. I want to look at how to use the record function again. So I'm just trying to remember. Oh, Nat Freak. Yo, Nat Freak, dude, Nat Freak. This is OG right here. Nat Freak used to be one of those OG Left 4 Dead 2 YouTubers, way back when. This fucking, oh my god. This video is almost as old. This video is almost as old as someone I know.
Next map, you have the option to.
Sorry, I don't know.
To open console, hit the button to the left of one.
Yeah, I know how to open the console.
Being recorded by the game's engine. You cannot upload one of these types of files directly to YouTube, so don't try. Once you've inputted that command and the console says it's recording, you're safe to play the game normally. And you shouldn't notice as much lag as you would with Fraps, WeGame, or Xfire, or any other recorder.
Okay.
Keep playing until you reach to the end of the map, and then when you do, before the game ends, open console and type in stop and hit enter. That way it stops the recording and keeps it from trying to record a different file when the game changes.
Yeah, I have not used the demo recording in forever, because the demo recording is how you're able to see things like it's like basically how you're able to play back the chapter replay, but to be able to use shit like free cam and all that, you know? Like, for example, like some of those like speed runs, they use the demo recording. They use demo recording for that shit, you know?
Maps. So on the next.
Because I'm just trying to figure this shit out. Because no, yeah, because like I want to be able to do shit like this right here. That's it. I just want to be able to do that right there. I want to be able to do that right there and collect the whatever footage I need, you know? You just hit space. When you die, you just hit space a couple times and you'll get access to it. Should just be on. Like if I just... Well, in the video there, it just says record and then just make a name for the file. Look, there we go. Spectating free look. See, is it's in the multiplayer setting right here. Well, you have to be a spectator in your own game, more or less, but also just like, how do I put it? You kind of have to be a spectator in your own game somehow, but that demo recording feature is essentially one way to do it. But yeah, I'm gonna have to use dead air for this. You know, I'll fuck it. I'll just keep it on intermediate. Just want to, because this is just for the sake of footage collecting. This is just going to be for the sake of footage collecting, and I don't want to. I don't really want to fucking. Sorry. So do we simply, yeah. Now it's recording. So when the game plays this back, in the demo file, it's like a computer essentially recording the inputs of everything like accurately instead of like playing back a video file. You know what I mean? That's essentially what it's doing. Yeah, you're recording a machinima? Yeah, no, that's literally how they did it. Oh, hello. Huh? Jesus. No, yeah, I know about that. Yeah, I know about that with Doom recordings. I've been in the speedrunning scene in general for video games for a long time, you know. Not like I've never done Doom speedrunning, but you know what I used to do? I used to do GoldenEye speedrunning. That was my shit, dude. GoldenEye speedrunning was my fucking shit. Okay, alright, so record Dead Air 2. I used to, like, look, I was, like, never, like, any good in GoldenEye speedrunning. I've only ever tied, I think I've only ever tied, like, a couple world records, and that were world records at the time. And even then, they weren't tough world records to tie for. They were, like, the ones that everyone did. Like, Damn Agent 53. Damn Agent 53, dude, everyone and their mama did Damn Agent 53. Oh, that's great. Ow. Ow. That's fair. That's not even a nightmare thing. Left 4 Dead just does that in general. I want live waltz going with... I know there's some Cry of Fear like monsters in here, but generally the Afraid of Monsters sounds were the right move. Honestly, look. In my opinion, now, I don't know, is it a hot take to say that I think Afraid of Monsters is scarier than Cry of Fear? Well, to be honest, I also think it's scarier because of, I think it's scarier because of the, because it's Half-Life 1 skinned, essentially. Like, I don't have the patience for this right now. I just want my goddamn howler footage when it spawns. I just want my howler to spawn naturally. Random slow-mo, so cool. Hey. Fucking chill the fuck out, man. Shut the fuck up. Oh, sick. And my shit fell down. Oh, hello. I don't need to run into him. I just need him to spawn so I could see in the demo when he spawns, you know? Where is she? Anyone see that comment just spawn right there? I want to see if he makes his way over here. I don't hear him anymore, honestly, though. You know, I'll just move forward. The thing that I only hate about the random slow-mo is that it never... The thing I hate the most about the random slow-mo is that it never activates whenever I want it to. It never activates when I'm in a cool segment just like slaughtering them. It only happens when I just kill one standalone infected just chilling by himself. Oh, whoops. Oh, wait. Let me unbind that key. I don't want that disaster to happen again. No, yeah, I know it happens in Killing Floor as well. Just check. We not have that. We not have that. I'm wondering, guys, what should be what? I think I might leave it up to a poll again, but I'm wondering what should the next project be. The next big, not project. I'm sorry. What should be the next game I tackle on stream for y'all? Because I have a lot that I've not gone through yet. A lot that I should get through. Because y'all know what I should get through before it comes out? Deltarune Chapter 1 to 4. I've already played through Deltarune Chapter 1 to 4 like twice, but those are off stream. But I would love to talk about it on stream. I've already done Undertale. Like, I've already gone through Undertale and talked about Undertale ad nauseum on like several streams at this point. But y'all fucking chill out, man. Hold on. I just realized I didn't hit the record function. I realized I didn't use the record function. Anyway. One for the But anyway, so I have not gone through Deltarune yet, but when I do Deltarune, I would like to have Dandy Andy with me again. I would also like to play through Dead Space 2. You know, I would like to play through Dead Space 2. I would love to play through BioShock. BioShock would be great. I know Santa would also like that as well. Y'all know it's one game that I would love to play through on stream, but it would also be too aggravating to play. Fucking Conker's Bad Fur Day. I love Conker's Bad Fur Day so much, but it is one of the most frustrating games I've ever played in my life. If somebody ever came out like a decomp with that game, with good mouse and keyboard support for the shooting segments, then it's that game is fun to watch. It is not fun to play in parts. The platforming segments are really fun. Don't get me wrong, but the parts where it becomes a third-person shooter is fucking horrible. Like, I'm sorry, War is genuinely horrible. War is fucking bad, dude. That is the worst section of the whole game, hands down. And it sucks because, and it sucks because, like story part wise and like thematic and all that stuff, like it's really great. I love it. Can I reload, please? Can I reload, please? God, man, the pistols even suck at killing boomers. Bitch. The fucking... I forgot what those monsters are called in Cry of Fear, that they're named after, like, that anxiety medication or whatever it is. But that sound... But that sound that they make when they chase you, like, is so fucking, like... It's funny because I think it is, like, named after an anxiety medication, but the noise that they make when they chase you is, like, genuinely anxiety-inducing. Which is awesome. Like, Rumple is genuinely, like, a horror creative mastermind. It's too bad he couldn't get his fucking mind off of minors. I thought my shit crashed. I was about to be real upset. You know what? I don't have time for this. I just want my demo. I just want my demo. Whoa, hello. Ah! Hello. Oh, hello. Ow. But this is what I mean when I say that playing like against the Howler, or this is what I mean when I say the Howler can really be your punishment for really, really, really horrible plays. Like, I have a pipe bomb here. I definitely could have demolished the fuck out of that tank. I'm playing on normal. I have a pipe bomb. I'm playing on normal. I have a pipe bomb. I have an auto shotgun. I could have killed the fuck out of that tank, honestly. Ow. And like, and even then, despite all that, ow, you know, I'm just gonna. I'm gonna be real with you. I think that's all I need. Because I just want him spawning. I just want him spawning. So anyway, I was gonna say though that like what the fuck is it? You said look outside, like look outside ass Howler. You know what that just reminded me of, Retro? Hold on. You know what that reminded me of? Come outside. Alright, yeah, there you go. Anyway, so anyway, but I wanted to say though that like I was playing really sloppily there, granted on purpose. I think even if I could have fucked up that tank and I could have like, you know, taken on that horde, and the Howler probably still wouldn't have been able to keep up with me because he spawns so far back. He spawns so far away from where you are. And yeah, so he spawns so far away, so far back. And so even like when playing semi-poorly, not even just semi, even when playing poorly, it's like I'm not going to say he's not a threat. But it's just, once again, it solidifies that him being the result of your death is 1,000% your fucking fault. Like, there's no way around it. Because I want to show you what used to happen too much back in Yoruz. Sounds like, I'm good, man. Well, we need to see how far back he's spawning. Because it seemed like because I don't know if it was like he's moving too slow or if he spawned back way too far. Like if the spawn point that was chosen for him was too far. I don't know. But let's it was in one of these. Man, I miss playing games with Luna. Though she's still my friend. She's still my best friend. I love her. It's just we haven't had the time lately. You know, sometimes life just demands different things. I don't even know if it was this one. Could have been the other one. Oh wait, I remember this. I remember this a lot.
Noise.
Overly.
And so it loves to spawn a shit ton of commons around her. So you'll. She's just in here.
Yeah. No, yeah, that was the other thing too. The drone sound. I remember at this time the drone sound for the witch wasn't even really there, either. The witch now has like the droning noise and all that shit that I associate the Skinwalker with, which is great.
And so it loves to spawn a shit ton of
But you hear there's nothing.
commons around her.
There's nothing. And then she just opens. So Luna just opens this door and just.
So you'll. She's just in here. All right.
That's when I used to show TRS footage all the time. This is a very specific moment I'm looking for. Now, Lou and I were stuck on these first two chapters forever. It's like something I would find in the toilet somewhere. and I wouldn't be able to tell that it's different from shit. Oh my god, Super Mario Frustration, Achievement Hunter Rage Quits. Man, we were fucking around. Oh, cannot. That was me playing my acoustic guitar, but I definitely can't be. I would definitely get copyrighted for the. But I'd probably get copyrighted because you could get copyrighted for melodies. It's bullshit. Oh, fuck! I just saw it. So look at this.
Because like there is that one sea slug that has chlorophyll in it. Actually, it's able to photosynthesize as a like basically non-plant organism. That's fucking cool as hell.
My god. So yeah, like I'm gonna turn it up even more. But like, remember, there's no musical cue like that we have now or anything of the sort. There's no musical cue or anything of the sort where there's no musical cue or anything of the sort. Like I'm just chilling, like just killing things. My god. Then I hear the honking.
Moth of women's like that.
Oh my god, we got
like
the howler is here.
Yeah.
And now I'm like, man, where could it be? And then so I was like, well, the only way to progress is forward.
Oh.
It's just right there. It spawned in front at the staircase, in this narrow staircase where the only way is to go up, right in front of it. There's nothing to do about it. It was like, that's just bad. Like that's just bad. Anyway, I want to figure out how to get those recording functions. I don't want to figure out a fucking, like, put them to a video file. I'm cool. Thank you very much. So, yeah, I get it.
You can type in console, play demo, and then the file name after a space.
Okay.
Hold shift and hit F2 to bring up the demo user interface. Use the go to function to skip to right before what you want to record. It may take some guesswork if you don't know where that is. Pause the demo and type in console start movie space file name space AVI, where I use just one. It will not record over my demo file, don't worry. This creates a
I don't want to use an AVI
hold
file.
shift
I
and hit
just
F2 and bring up demo UI, hit load and double click your file. Or, if that doesn't work, which it doesn't for Left 4 Dead 2 on me, you can type in console, play demo, and then the file name after a space. Hold shift and hit F2 to bring up the demo user interface. Use the go to function to skip to right before what you want to record. It may take some guesswork if you don't know where that is. Pause the demo. And
I guess that's a frame counter? This thing is a frame counter? This go to thing? Yeah, this is a tick counter. Okay.
Open console start movie space file name space AVI, where I use just one. It will not
I just want to know how to use the
so all you have to do is hit resume and
cam.
then close console, then close demo UI. Or now you just have to wait for it to play through whatever you want to record. Don't worry if you're type in int movie and app.
I want to know.
But first, it's very nice if you can get rid of your HUD and your weapons. To get rid of your HUD, type in hide HUD space 4 and hit enter. This will remove any remnants of your HUD and the chat dialog. As you can see, I no longer have the health bars for my teammates. Typing in r_draw view model space 0 gets rid of your weapons, and if you're infected, gets rid of your claws. Now you're ready to hit drive. In order to move, you must hold left click, and then you can use your movement keys to move around inside the demo. The demo UI doesn't have to be open either, so you can close it to get out of your way. And now you can just spectate, basically, anywhere in the map that you want.
Okay. Okay. There are both cons and pros. I think the way that Waltz has done that Howler is the best way to do it. Hands down. No, I just want to figure out how the fuck do I bring up that little, like, thing again. Like, just a little play button thing there.
Mode and double click files, you can either hold shift and hit F2.
Okay, that's just all I want to know. Alright.
Demo UI.
No, I don't need to play that. Okay. Wow, Samoan Shaggy, yo, thank you for the raid. Holy shit. Oh, that scared the shit out of me. Oh, shit. Alright, hope everyone's doing well. Thank you very much for the raid. Hope everyone's well. We're just, doing a bit of a work stream. I got I have a video project in the making, and, this stream is kind of my way to hold myself accountable and not be a lazy fuck. Hope everyone's well. I'm Monika. I will be your hostess for today, or for tonight. Just trying to figure out how to get the demo recording functions up and going. Hope everyone is doing well. Hope we're having a good night. Alright. But so Waltz demands that I show you guys what he just sent me in the chat. So let's check this. A viewer from YouTube, thank you, and I hope I hope you like what you see. So this is what he. I love that it's low. I like that it's low quality too, man. That's fucking crazy. You made it look. That's pretty sick. That's pretty sick. All right, let's see if we can get the demo going. Man, well, I'm happy you liked it. I'm happy you liked it, like Samoan Shaggy. I'm hoping a lot of time went into those. Whoa. Oh wow, well, so you even have like you even have a loading screen for like, for this too. Okay. Whoa. Okay. All right, so pause. So yeah, this is the demo. Whoa. So I forgot how did he do the free. I forgot how he did the spectating again. I feel like an idiot. I just launched this.
As you can see, I no longer have the health bars for my teammates. Typing in R_draw_view model.
It was drive? You think it was drive? Was it drive? I'll try that right now. Oh. And then, yes. And then, yeah. Oh, shit. Oh, it's so weird. And then. The sensitivity is so high. And this, yeah. more so like. So, out of how many ticks? All right, let's try 5,000. No. Something tells me he spawned right here. Well, this is where he spawns. Okay, so what was that tick? Let's try 8,500. I think my shit crashed. Oh. This is hard. This is fucking hard to control, I'll admit. Because you have to hold down left click and then use the W. You have to hold down left click to look around and WASD to move. Yeah. This shit did get super dark. It's fun. It looks hella dark on my on my window. Should I let's go back to 7,500. Maybe that'll make things a bit easier. Maybe not. No, yeah, I know. If it's dark on my monitor, then it's gotta be Alright, this looks better. I think that's all right. So that's good. That's actually a pretty cool showcase. Okay, so the music. All right, so I did not know that the music jingle happens first. So the music jingle happens first. Then you hear his honking, and then the model spawns in. That's pretty sick. I think that's literally all the, like, I just wanted the footage of him spawning. I know it looked a little rough right there, but I think that's really all I needed of him. That's all I needed of him. I wanted to showcase, like, you know... Oh, that's really sick, though. Okay, so let's quit for right now. Let's see. See, now let's check something real quick. First off, let's bring the music back. Why don't we? Let's bring the music back. See if I can bring something, like, I want to find something that's like a bit more, I want to see if I can find something that's like a bit more chill, if you will. See if I can find something that's like a bit more chill. I don't know, do you guys want the Dead Rising Mall music back? No, I don't want to get flagged. Like, I love, as much as I love the Undertale OST, like... You get like flagged like a motherfucker. I'm already getting flagged for some songs that I played earlier, 100%. Alright, yeah, let's bring back the Dead Rising Mall music. See. Okay. That's loud. It's so loud. Okay. See, let's put the... Oh, those are my AO3 bookmarks? Never mind those. It's all just Funny Bunny fanfic. Trying to figure out how to label these real quick. Oh, all right. You know, Walt's bet. Oh, Shaggy, like when you talk about a stream getting flagged, I think Twitch is fine. If you stream on YouTube, you will get flagged for fucking Undertale music. It sucks. It sucks that Toby Fox doesn't even own his own music. Like, unfortunately, he signed a deal with the worst people imaginable. So I'm trying to figure out what some of these are. I think this is just a showcase of the tech screens. Oh, I think I was showcasing the randomness. I think I was showcasing the randomness, like the RNG ammo. Yeah, I think I was gonna do it with the Uzis. Let's do this one. This one, the third one here. I think I was even showcasing the continues there as well. So it's this one. Just trying to figure out how to label these. And then I just had the suicide showcase for the this, yeah. So was it the third one? Why is I showcasing this? Oh yeah. Alright, this is me showing the laser sight being the crosshair. Oh wait, that's what it was. I was showcasing that there is no crosshair. So okay, alright. Oh, the music's over. Alright, so wait. Let's get back there. You know, I just realized, chat, I don't think I need to be in the game anymore to get any more footage. I don't think I need to be in the game anymore to get footage. I had Goat Boy turned off because I didn't want him on the screen when I was showcasing certain things, right? So, but now, hello. Okay, alright, so I really would like to do Deltarune, right? But the problem is that I need artwork done for Goat Boy specifically. Because I have a plethora here. Like, hold on a second. Like, hold on. Because, you know, I have this one. I have the Cryofear one. The Resident Evil 4 one. And Birthday Boy. DDLC. Christmas Boy, Silent Hill 2, and obviously I have this one. And so for Deltarune, I need a special one. I need 2 special pieces of artwork for Deltarune. I need 2 special pieces of artwork for Deltarune. And I know exactly what I'm gonna get. So I know you all are going to look at Goat Boy, right? I know you guys are gonna look at Goat Boy, and especially because I've done the Azrael one, that you think I'm gonna do a Rousey one, but I'm not. I'm not gonna have a Rousey done for it. Like, as much as a hatted version of Goat Boy would be great, having it modeled after Rousey would be kind of pointless, because having a black hatted Rousey would be pointless just because hatted Rousey lasts only for chapter 1, and chapter 1 is very short. So it would basically be there to be tossed away immediately. I had another idea in mind. First, let me just do this over here and turn it down. The music's really loud. But I'm gonna do Susie's outfits. Susie's Light World and Susie's Dark World. Thankfully, Susie's Light World would be the easiest. It would just be a recoloring of what Goat Boy has here in general. And the reason why I'm choosing Susie is just flat out because she's my favorite character. She is my favorite character in the whole game, hands down. if polyury doesn't become a thing, if polyury doesn't become real by the end of Deltarune, I will riot by myself. I don't know what it is, but this video is loud, and I have the volume turned down quite a bit. I'm trying to figure out what this is about. Oh, I guess showcasing that the magazine it's ammo completely just like that. It's total number of bullets. Yeah, I don't know what that was about. Oh, ammo pack showcase. So let's move that one over here. So I'm just trying to figure out what these demonstrations are. I'm trying to figure out what these demonstrations are, right? And then I'm gonna name them appropriately. I think this is me showing that the crosshair is unmoving, meaning that, you know, that weapons are pinpoint accurate, essentially. Yeah, alright, yeah. Weapon crosshair. I think that'll just be called the weapon crosshair, or weapon accuracy showcase. Or accuracy showcase. What is this, recoil? That one's not necessary. I think that's literally all the footage I really compiled. Oh, I know what this footage is. This is the defib showcase. I was doing this with Luna. This is the defib showcase. The fuck is it? Man, it's the wrong fucking window, dude. over here. Oh wait, what am I doing? Hold on a second. I'll fucking just put it right over here, and then I'll just move this over here, and then move this over here. I keep pulling out my fucking AO3 tabs. So a part of me kind of hates having to make this video though, because like Anthony is already in the game, and I don't know, it's just like the video already feels kind of severely out of date in parts, just because I dragged ass for too long. Like, for all intents and purposes, I should have just like worked on it, like, and it would have been out by now if I just wasn't, you know, being so fucking... I just don't like my shit being made inaccurate as I work on it. Like, that was the painful part about working on the Yoru packs. That was the painful part about working on the Yoru packs, is that it was ever changing, and I couldn't possibly keep up with the changes as it was going on while I was making the video. On top of just the bad design choices of it at the time as well. But even if it didn't like fall off in design, like I would have had a hard time just keeping up with it. Like, the beautiful thing about Red is that Red found a spot to leave it at and was like, all right, you know, I'll keep it that way until you're done. But anyway, I want to look at. So first off, I'm still sort of looking forward. I'm still happy with this. I think this is really funny. Like, all things considered, I think this shit's really funny that I'm about to showcase right here. The Howler, hazard level S+, it is invincible, it will insta-kill you, it can only spawn one time per chapter, and will spawn exclusively on nighttime maps. Like, this is pretty great. And I'm doing this out of love too. Like, I love Alter Ego's videos. Like, the AI breakdowns are pretty great. Yeah, I love all those like those AI breakdowns. So, anyway. So let's see. It's 7 minutes, but I want to watch through all this again. I want to watch through all this again just to see, like, just to bring myself up back to speed. You've done an unbelievable amount of work in such a short amount of time, and you've accomplished what you sought out to do. Thank you for not giving up on this project, and I hope you're proud of what you made. This marks the end of my Nightmare adventures, and thank you for sticking to the end.
So that was a fucking lie.
Yeah, I know what I said. And I really did mean it at the time. I felt like I've seen, streamed, and discussed everything I possibly could with Nightmare. At the time of recording this, it's been nearly a year since that first video dropped, and I was ready to move on to other stuff. During the last month, I streamed various other games and was working on another video. I had a pretty good idea on where I wanted to go forward from there, until one day I was sent a direct message on Discord from Waltz, one of the key modders and creative minds behind Yoru's Nightmare. The message was a link to a YouTube video that contained something very interesting.
have reached a number that has been disconnected or is no longer in service. If you feel you have reached this recording in error, please check the number and try your call again.
Well, it looks like it's that time once again, but I really mean it now. This will be the last time I cover Nightmare on this channel, and this video won't be like the others where I go through one or multiple campaigns. This video will be a simple overview of Waltz's Nightmare Redux, and what about it piqued my interest enough for me to go back on my word. So I've known about Redux for a long while now. Some 6 or 7 months ago, Waltz himself had brought it to my attention. Redux is Nightmare, but in his vision, adding a heap of changes to the world, the health system, gameplay, etc. This version of Nightmare is perhaps the most unique of them all. You see, with Yoru's Nightmare and Red's Reimagine, they still function under the vanilla foundations of Left 4 Dead 2 as a reference point to build off of. Waltz's Nightmare Redux is so far detached from it though that it is truly a unique experience, almost like a completely different game at times. I tested it on stream when the mod was in its early stages. I was impressed by what had been done and saw great potential with it. However, in time it faded towards the back of my mind. Then one day I got an invitation to join Esther over at the Cozy Dragon Cottage to take part in a charity stream where she would be playing many games over the course of a couple days. Nightmare Redux being one of them, and where Waltz himself would actually join us to provide a run through of the mod pack. The mod was completely unrecognizable from its... Okay, so I want to make something clear. Nightmare Red... Do you see that? Do you see that down there? Do you see what she's wearing around her legs? Do you see what you took away from me, Waltz, you fucking pile of shit? You could take your shoes off, but she better have some goddamn socks. Redux being one of them, and where Walt... I want my fucking socks back, Walt. Walt himself would actually join us to provide a run through of the mod pack. The mod was completely unrecognizable from its early stages in nearly every single way. I had a lot of fun playing through various campaigns with everyone present, and I felt this urge to find out how much had changed over time and what really sets it apart from the others. I continued playing over on my own streams, recorded some off-stream sessions, and even inquired some questions directly to Waltz to learn more. I wanted to give you all the same rundown I was given and show why this might be my favorite version of Nightmare out there. Before I give the rundown, I want to preface by saying that what you're seeing is reflective of the mod as of April 2026. Redux isn't quite final just yet, so some info might not be accurate later down the line. So, another thing I kind of hate right now is that I should have also put a disclaimer that says, and also this review is through the perspective of mainly playing solo on advanced difficulty. I could add that as a section, but the problem is that in order to do that, I'd have to move all of this, and I fucking hate that. I hate having to do that. Because that's the thing about but I feel like that's an important thing to put in this disclaimer. But I feel like that's like an important thing to put as a disclaimer is that this is through the lens of having play it primarily solo on advanced difficulty. I could put that at the end of the review, but I don't know. Like it's but man, dude, having to move all of this would be such a pain in the ass. To get the best possible experience, I highly recommend downloading the complimentary folder from the Google Drive linked in the description. Otherwise, you're really missing out critical pieces establishing this mod pack's world. Yes, Redux has gone above and beyond by putting in lore for the whats, whens, and whys of this. Well, I don't know. I think it could be an important detail to have because the difficulty that people play it on could shape their whole experience. Like some people, like I don't know. This world. If you install the complimentary folder correctly, you'll be greeted by the mod pack's launch trailer, which I partially showcased earlier. Using a mix of gameplay footage, snippets of Flow Motion Stories' Nightmare short film, alongside text intermissions to set up Redux's lore. The synopsis of Redux's story is as follows. October 1st, 2012. a horrific phenomenon occurred. People all across the world would be plunged into this alternative reality upon going to sleep. This dream reality is riddled with inexplicable and hostile horrors. Any injury inflicted in the dream would be sustained in the real world. This event would be simply referred to as the nightmare. Redux contains every campaign in the game barring Coldstream, splitting both games into two separate acts, with the last stand being the story's finale. Redux' overarching story is told from the point of view of Zoe. Those legs are disgusting. With each loading screen giving us first-hand documents of her journey, discoveries, and the world's adjustment to the nightmare phenomenon. Zoe's essentially our only connection to the original world of Left 4 Dead. The rest of the cast has been and will largely be replaced with original survivors. On the Left 4 Dead 1 side, we have Peter and Mary, who in this story are Zoe's siblings. Both characters use Hi-Yo Box's TRS-inspired uninfected hunter and witch, derived from Spicy Jams mods. Left 4 Dead 2 still has Zoe and Peter, but now joining the crew are Wendell and Nick. At the time of making this video, both Nick and Lewis are present in the pack, even being mentioned in the game's loading screens, but Walt has plans to also replace them with two characters named Dwayne and Anthony respectively. Much like Mary and Peter, their designs are based on an uninfected survivor concept, a smoker and tank to be specific. Also, on a fun note, the reason Coach is named Wendell is because of the answer Chad Coleman, Coach's VA, gave when asked what he thinks his real name is.
Or what would you name him, Coach? What do you think Coach's name is?
Oh, Coach's real name, when I look at him, I think he would say, "How you doing? I'm Wendell Jones."
Redux's lore is far too large to get into this video and would require a separate video dedicated solely to it altogether. A project I'm sure someone else out there might be willing to do. Waltz has essentially created a fanfic AU with all these changes to the world of Left 4 Dead, replacing some of the cast with OCs, telling a much more hopeless story compared to the original game. Which is saying a lot because Left 4 Dead's world is actually really bleak once you look past its whimsiness. Personally, I really dig the fanfic vibes of this mod pack. I'm a bit biased because I am someone who finds themselves reading on AO3 at 2 in the morning all the time, but really, the Left 4 Dead community is no stranger to fanfic stuff either. Coldstream, Last Stand, and all custom campaigns are just playable fanfiction when you think about it. I hope that statement pisses some people off out there. I hope that statement like upsets like the right kind of people or the wrong people, whatever. You know what I mean. The people that hear fanfiction and they go, ugh. Like, I hope I hope it upsets those people. But really, the Left 4 Dead community is no stranger to fanfic stuff either. Coldstream, Last Stand, and all custom campaigns are just playable fanfiction when you think about it. But Redux having it on this grand of a scale is really cool. I will say I'm 50-50 on including a whole new cast of characters and also of the interpretations of the two that stayed. Seeing this loss of grip on reality that is conveyed through Zoe on the loading screens as the story progresses is an incredible concept to follow. However, I do think her writing could use some work. I think she swears too much and ultimately a lot of dialogue could be shortened to say a lot with a little. Even with a 4-person lobby loading in, there isn't really enough time to read through the text before the game starts. I will say I'm a bit 50-50 on the critique of her saying she swears too much, because while I do hold that critique, I also worry that there's too much swearing thing. I don't want to come off like as if I hate the fuck word. You guys know I don't mind swearing in the slightest. Like, I'm playing a rated M violent video game. If I have a problem with the fuck word, then we got bigger problems, you know? However, there is you can always have too much of something. Like, for example, like you could have games, you can have too much gore in a game. Like, I can tell you a game that's all gore and no substance, Mortal Kombat 11 specifically. I know like MK1 is really violent, but Mortal Kombat 11, that game was just genuinely all gore, no substance. I thought that game sucked. The story sucked. The gameplay was kind of whack as a competitive fighting game player myself. I really didn't like it. And also like I just thought the gore was just too much. Like it just kind of didn't have the same spark. Like, it just didn't have the same spark that the gore in other MK games really like struck to me. That I mean, like, yeah, it wasn't as appealing as like the gore in other MK games for me. It felt too needless. Well, not needless. It just wasn't stylized anymore, and it wasn't like fun anymore. Like, when the moment they start modeling like fatty tissue and shit, I'm like, man, I think we're going a little too realistic here. I liked MK gore when it was like super goofy. Like, when it was like I know the whole point, like, I know part of the reaction is supposed to be like, ew, like, you know, and all that stuff, but like, I loved the 3D era gore when like, you know, like, I love the 3D era gore when like when like innards popping out, it looked like Smart Food flamin' hot popcorn. I loved when the gore looked like that, when it looked like that they just exploded in like red juicy popcorn or some shit like that. Or even in MK9, the blood, I mean, the gore was pretty intense, but I still really liked it. You know, like I think the gore in MK should be like shocking, but it should make me go like, oh, that's sick. It shouldn't make me uncomfortable and go, ugh, like it's really just how it's meant to deliver the gore. Mortal Kombat is always meant to deliver the gore in an exciting fashion, and MK11, in my opinion, failed to do that. You can deliver gore in a very uncomfortable fashion or a very exciting one, and it depends on how you do it. And the uncomfortable ones are really good in horror stuff. So MK to do it in that uncomfortable fashion just doesn't work. The loading screens will eventually be updated to include the new survivors Dwayne and Anthony, so here's the hope that more will be done for the screens than just name swapping. Now, take this opinion with a grain of salt, but I'm not too big on the new survivors just because I'm too attached to the original 8. Left 4 Dead just doesn't quite feel like itself with even one of them missing. So this mod replacing 4, soon to be 6 of them, can be felt even though dialogue has been turned off. I can imagine that it's going to be hard for people out there who are very attached to the original cast like me to really bring themselves to care much about the new original characters. By the way, guys, you guys will not believe how hard it was to find an image like this. You guys will not believe how hard it was to find an image like this. It was like, because I wanted to get something that had all 8 survivors showcased using official Valve material, because there is a lot of artwork out there that has all 8 survivors showcased, but it's fan art, whether it's drawing fan art or source filmmaker art, usually source filmmaker art. And I don't want to use source filmmaker art that fans have made because, like, you know, I just don't want to. I don't know how old some of these posts are, so I don't know if some of these users are still active, and so therefore, I don't want to ask permission because I might be talking to a dead account, but I also can't just post their artwork on my thing because that would be stealing, what do I look like, fucking com chick here? But either way. Left 4 Dead just doesn't quite. So finding just an image, like just finding a good image like this, and also too, by the way, there's a lot of images of the survivors, of the Left 4 Dead 2 survivors, because Valve did the posters, like have done multiple variations of the campaign posters. Like, I think there's one version of this where Ellis and Coach are like in their beta colors, if I'm not mistaken. Like, when they made this poster, they hadn't quite finalized Coach and Ellis yet on like their outfits or color schemes, mostly just the color schemes. but Rochelle was already like pretty much finalized. So I kept getting a lot of just early press release shit for some reason. I don't know. It was just, this shit was harder to find than I thought. Because I'm too attached to the original 8. Left 4 Dead just doesn't quite feel like itself with even one of them missing. So this mod replacing 4, soon to be 6 of them, can be felt even though dialogue has been turned off. I can imagine that it's going to be hard for people out there who are very attached to the original cast like me to really bring themselves to care much about the new original characters. I personally would find it more interesting if the original cast were all still here and just to see how this new world affected them. Nonetheless, I still think that with some proofreading and perhaps a dedicated video from someone in collaboration with Waltz overviewing the mod's world, there's a ton of potential in making a nice AU for the game. Okay, so that's all that's been done with that. So, alright, so here's the thing. So here's something I want to show y'all real quick. So I need to figure out when I did this. Alright, so I want to introduce y'all to the best program ever. If we have anyone in here that does easy voiceover stuff, right? There's a multitude of ways you can go about this. So look, I have here just something that logs the game, I guess the gameplay changes from the startups to the continues. So that's how much it is. So if I go to the script here, if I go to the script here, so that means I covered this. So okay, I haven't voiced the enemies then. I haven't voiced the enemies yet. That's really cool. That's super sick. Alright. But so if I put it here, right? It's super quiet. However, let's get to the main reason why most of us have downloaded all these nightmare enough to have, and you'll notice a plethora of things. Number one, you start with a flashlight, which is the absolute worst weapon in the game. So you see that peak right there, right? You see that peak right here? So like if I try to like raise this, right? Like let's see how much I raised the see how much I've raised these. Oh well, I can't tell now, but anyway. So like if I raise it enough to look similar to these waves, absolutely. Ow, that fucking hurts. You start with a flashlight. So like this sounds fine, right? You start with a flashlight, which is the absolute worst. But then that just peaks and it's disgusting, right? That just peaks and it's disgusting. So I could just, do like, oh, like I'll just bring this one down and all that, but that's too much effort. So I'm about to introduce you guys to the best program that I found out about many years ago. Thanks to the Odd Ones Out, believe it or not. It's called CN Levelator. So here's what you do. So yeah, here is, the file. So you bring, your wave. You need to save it in a dot wave in order for this to work. Just open up the levelator, you drag and drop it there, and then it'll start working on it. And what it does is that it'll start evening out the audio levels between, it will try to bring the highs, the really loud parts lower, and it will bring the low, it will make the low parts a lot louder, and therefore level everything in accordance to itself. We'll put everything on an even level plane, on an even level field, even audio level. So because this is such a long recording, 12 minutes. It's going to take a minute. Just give it a minute. Okay, it's complete. Now all we do is just hit refresh here. And look, you see this one, like, you know, it'll be the file name and it'll say .output.wave, right? Say .output.wave. Then I'll put it there. And now look at that, that wave. Look at that, look. Down here is the original one, and up here is the leveled out one. This has made it so that, like, let me just showcase you, okay? So this is just how it sounds normally with no, with no modifications. Nightmare packs in the first place. However, let's get to the main reason why most of us have downloaded all these Nightmare packs in the first place. It's time to discuss all the gameplay changes Redux has made that make it stand out from its other two counterparts. Now, let's listen to the new one. However, let's get to the main reason why most of us have downloaded all these Nightmare packs in the first place. It's time to discuss all the gameplay changes Redux has made that make it stand out from its other two counterparts. And so all you need to do... So I think all I would like to do... I hate this shit so much, by the way. This... I hate... Well, I did not mean to click on that. Do not give me that, man. First off, I don't like this AI dialogue leveler shit. This shit is fucking garbage, dude. I don't know what they did. Most of us have downloaded all these Nightmare packs in the first place. This used to be a plain and simple noise reduction thing right here to just take out the background noise. It was really good. And now it's just like not so great anymore. It's time to discuss all the gameplay changes Redux has made that make it stand out from its other two counterparts. Upon booting the game, you'll notice that the only modes that you hear how it did that, like, upon booting the game, you hear that, like, it's so fucking, I hate that. I gotta turn that shit off. Two counterparts. Upon booting the game, you'll notice that the only modes that exist are single player and multiplayer. It doesn't say outright, but this is just realism mode. No outlines, permadeath per chapter unless you have a defib, and the witch insta-kills on any difficulty. The damage that enemies inflict upon you is the only real modifier with each difficulty. All enemies have the same health values, and all weapons will deal the same damage no matter which one is chosen. Now, I have to listen to all this to figure out where can I cut appropriately. I really like this, as it doesn't affect the weapons meta the same way that vanilla does. Where weapons like the Scar and the M16 are more than fine on normal, but on expert their shortcomings are quite blatant, making them far less favorable. Bots have been completely removed, but the zombie count and a tank's health will adjust to how many players are actually present. Also, if you're the sole survivor, whether because your team... So I can figure out where the cuts, because I'm going to be real, it's hard to talk and breathe at the same time. I don't know how some voice actors do it. It is fucking hard to talk and breathe efficiently at the same goddamn time. Be present. Are actually present. Like, I really want to get some, like, general voiceover lessons or something present. Also, if you're the sole survivor, whether because your team died or you're playing solo, you can mash the use keys to free yourself should a special infected restrain you. This is the biggest This is the biggest reason why I could play this mod pack without wanting to put my nuts in a cheese grater. Yep. No, yeah, but I'll tell you what though. Oh, okay. But like, I was really debating, like, it's like trying to stick your dick in a Cheerio. Nah, but you know, I think on that note though, I think that will do it for me from the stream as well, though. I'm just going to get to cutting this down, maybe putting a bit of footage in place, try to gather some more, but I think tomorrow I will get to voicing over the enemy section accordingly, and yeah, I will try to get into voicing over the enemy section accordingly, and I will, you know, just figure out some closing statements and all that stuff. But this video is closer to being done than I actually thought it was, for sure. But so either way, so thank you all very much. You know, my first stream back in a while, and you know, I'm trying to get as much work done. I want to get this video out. I already have a thumbnail already, and if you want, I can show you guys the thumbnail. You guys want to see the thumbnail? Okay, let me show y'all the thumbnail. There you go. So, thank you all very much. I hope you all have a good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, wherever you are in the world. I'm Monika, and I'll be seeing you another time. Bye-bye, everyone.